Tuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKEN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang,
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab konseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Bergabunglah bersama kami di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang dan wujudkanlah masa depan yang cerah.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKEN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang,
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab konseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Bergabunglah bersama kami di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang dan wujudkanlah masa depan yang cerah.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKEN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang.
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab konseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Bergabunglah bersama kami di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang dan wujudkanlah masa depan yang cerah.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKEN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang.
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab konseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Bergabunglah bersama kami di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang dan wujudkanlah masa depan yang cerah.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKEN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang.
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab konseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Bergabunglah bersama kami di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang dan wujudkanlah masa depan yang cerah.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKEN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang.
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab konseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Bergabunglah bersama kami di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang dan wujudkanlah masa depan yang cerah.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKEN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang.
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab konseling,
begin our program, please rise as we sing the Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Hadirin sekalian, untuk memulai acara kita hari ini, mari kita berdiri dan kita menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Next, let us join in prayer to open this conference, to be led by Dr. Raja Natongam Sianturi, MTH. Raja here. Sir, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Before we begin this conference, let us pray. Our God in heaven, we are grateful for the blessings and wisdom you have given us, so that we can hold the first international conference on social sciences and religious studies with the theme Uncertainty and Hope in 2025. We entrust this entire event into your loving hands. Bless the committee, the speakers, and all those involved. May we find solutions and hope through this conference, even in a world full of uncertainty. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Leading us in prayer, we now invite Director of State Christian Institute of Kupang, Dr. Imadeswardana, MTH, to deliver his welcome remarks and officially open the first International Conference on Social Science and Religion Study 2025. Bapak Rektor. Okay, Bapak Rektor here. Sir, the floor is yours. Yeah.
Okay. Shalom.
Shalom.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam kebajikan. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this international conference. We are grateful to God. In all things, God's providence is perfect for us. I respectfully welcome all the excellent speakers and paper presenters. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your willingness to give your best, especially for this moment. And I am certainly very proud to the presence from the Vrije University of the Netherlands. Rev. Prof. Isaac Latu, Ph.D. from UKSW Salatiga, Indonesia. And Lucy Herlina Pulamau, MTS, from Boston University, America. And I respect to Rev. Elina W. Otu, pastor of the Protestant Church in Timor, Gemit. And especially the outstanding lecturer of IAKN Kupang, Rev. Maryon Dani Pattinaja, Ph.D. He is the Vice Rector of IAKN Kupang. Friandri W. Thomasen, MC, who is currently studying at Vrije University of Belgium. Thank you so much for everything that you have done for advancement of IAKN Kupang. We certainly hope that all good things for the advancement of IAKN Kupang and a more beautiful life will be created through our togetherness at this meeting. IAKN Kupang is very proud to be able to host the international conference. This is a truly extraordinary achievement, a very positive and productive activity for the advancement of IAKN Kupang, which is highly competitive. So, welcome to IAKN Kupang. Congratulations to all of us. And we look forward to participating in the first conference, international conference, social science and religion studies. I strongly believe that through the various research studies presented in this conference, the development of socio-religious science will increasingly address various social and religious issues in Indonesia, ensuring that Indonesia will become better, greater, and more advanced. All right. With gratitude and hope in God, and believing in His blessing, I officially open the first international conference of social science and religion studies. God bless us always. Congratulations and good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bapak Rektor, for your inspiring remarks and for official opening this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, allow me to introduce our moderator for today's seminar. Please welcome Mr. Jeskel Sodale, MPAC. Pak Hes here. Thank you, Pak Hes.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Mr. Jeskel Sodale is a lecturer at State Christian Institute of Kupang. He teaches Christian education and Christian psychology with extensive contribution in curriculum development, psycho-spiritual counseling, and character education. His professional roles include National Accreditation Board Assessor, Facilitator of the Ministry of Okay. Mr. Jeskel Sodale, he teaches Christian education and Christian psychology with extensive contribution in curriculum development.
Direct question via microphone during the question and answer session. So we hope this format will ensure a smooth and fruitful discussion for us. Without further ado, let us begin our academic journey today. Our speaker for the first session is Madam Lucy Herlina Pulamau, a theologian from Indonesia. She earned her Master of Theological Studies from Eden Theological Seminary, St. Louis, and Bachelor of Theology from Arta Wacana Christian University. Her research explores the intersection of woman, ecology, and contextual theology with a strong focus on gender justice, human trafficking, and the church's role in social transformation. She has received several academic honors, including the Honored Graduate Fellowship Award from Eden Seminary. Madam Lucy has presented her work at international conferences in Asia and Europe and published in books and journals on theology, gender, and human rights. Beyond academia, she is actively engaged in humanitarian initiative, empowering women, supporting victims of trafficking, and promoting ecological awareness in her community. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Madam Lucy. Madam Lucy, are you here?
Yeah, thank you so much, Pa Jeskiel. I'm in awe. Thank you.
Okay, the screen is yours, ma'am.
Sure. Just give me a second to share my screen. Um, can you guys see the screen here? Is it appear there?
Yes, it is clearly, ma'am. It is
Cool.
clearly.
Yeah, thank you so much. So thank you very much for having me. It's a privilege for me to be here with everyone in this virtual space. First of all, I would like to thank all friends at IAKN for making this conference happen. And as we are having this uncertain moment globally, but also specifically, we are having this political turbulence in Indonesia. This topic and space is really needed. That's why I truly appreciate this initiative from all friends at IAKN Kupang. Thank you very much. So my presentation is about the future talk, revisiting eschatological hope grounded in liberation for and with the margin. And uh, before we dive into this conversation with this very chaotic and apocalyptic situation that we are facing right now, I invite all of us to have like a 30-second of a silent moment to remember those who died during the protest last week. We remember Afan Kurniawan, Septianus Sesa, Saiful Akbar, Muhammad Akbar Basri, Sariana Wati, Rusdam Diansyah, Sumari, Reza, Sandy Pratama, Iko Julian Jr., Andika Lutfi Fala. May the rest in power, and may we carry all the resistance till our last breath. We also mourn with our House of Representative in NTT with their new policy in giving 23,600 rupiah, or about 1,600 USD dollar per month as transportation pocket money for the parliament members, while most of the citizens of this country, of this province, are poor and struggle to even earn $100 per month. So I invite all of us to take a deep breath for a moment and remember these 10 friends who have passed away before us, and to have like a silent moment. Thank you very much. Well, when we're having a discourse on future talk, because I'll be talking a lot about future, or in the theological term, it usually refers to eschatology. Most people avoid the future talk, or like the idea of not yet, because it feels uncertain. However, for me, we cannot escape from talking about eschatology or talking about the future. We read the sign of the time in our current lives to predict the future. And that's all we do in our daily life, in basic life. Every day we are doing that. We read everything in our life. We read the sign of the time to predict the future. Every time if there is a flooding or earthquake, there must some people saying that the end time is near, it's approaching, or we are heading to the end of the world. Or in another case, people work very hard now for their future that is not yet coming. So we want to escape from talking about the future talk, but we simply cannot do that because like our life is really surrounded by the discussion of the future. The discourse of future talk receives so many rejection and critics, and here's some reason why people against the future talk. And I believe you guys can pick which one are you guys into it. But when we're talking about the future talk, I want to be very mindful and very open and honest that this discussion will open a lot of critiques and a lot of feedback, a pushback from people. So for many people, speaking about the future and using the Christian eschatological imagination come across as a escapist and even harmful for those who already find the present oppressive. Progressive thinker in their approach, they usually look at the issue of the future talk from various perspectives, but most of them claim or argue that the language of hope of the future always end up of being regressive. That's why they kind of like push back the discussion of the future talk. And we will see some scholars. In this part, we will go into a bit deeper of like some scholars who are rejecting the idea of the future talk. First, we have, for instance, Mark Taylor, postmodern philosopher of religion. Taylor criticized the future talk and progress, and he sees the history as erring or wondering about a set of goal. And he urged focusing on the present. Why you have to go after the future? You should go and then focus on the present, according to Taylor. Next, we have, for instance, Lee Edelman, a queer theorist. He says that the future talk is tied to the reproductive futurism, where hope is linked to having a children. These keep heteronormativity in a place and exclude queer people. So it's more like the future is always about the kid. And if you are, some of us maybe are parents here, and when we are talking about the future, all of our imagination is about our future of the kids. So according to Edelman, then queer people don't have a place in the future because all the discussion of the future is always related to about the kids, about the family, about the hetero people. Next, we have, for instance, Anthony Payne, Black theologian. He rejects the projecting the future, saying that it pulls theology away from the real and the life struggle. He urged of like abandoning hope to deal honestly with the present oppression. Next, we also have, for instance, Miguel de la Torre, a liberative atheist. He argues that a hope mostly serves the privilege, because if you have all the privilege, if you have money, if you have power, you are free to dream and to have hope, because most of the time you are able to make it because of the privilege that you have. But for the oppressed people, it distracts them from the injustice. So for De La Torre, if we encourage the oppressed people to have hope, we distract them from the injustice that is happening in their current lives. Therefore, he calls for hopelessness as a way to confront the suffering and act for justice now. Because if you're oppressed people with no privilege, like, you cannot do that. You cannot even have a dream of tomorrow. That's according to De La Torre. Next, also we have Sharon Batcher, Batcher drawing from disability study and post-colonial theory, and Batcher critique how theology often imagines the future in terms of bodily perfection. When we are in kindergarten, for instance, or we go to the Sunday school, people talk about, oh, if you go to the heaven, you will have the perfect body. So Batcher argued that the imagination of like whole body, perfect body does not fit to the disabled people. They don't have the conversation about. So for Batcher, the idea of wholeness, it's only belong to people who are not disabled. And Batcher also combined the idea of eschatological vision and capitalism, argue that the capitalism always encouraged the idea of, with the media and everything, you have to work to be able to earn something. And for disabled people, some of them, they couldn't work. And for Batcher, Batcher disagree with the idea of wholeness and saying like they want to accept the body as it is, as a way to confront the ideal wholeness and the ideal capitalism structure that push people to, you have to look good, perfect, beautiful, handsome, and to be able to make money. With those critics, the question for me is like, must the future talk always serve the oppression, or can it be reclaimed as a practice of resistance? I believe that those critiques that I've mentioned before are valid and need to be considered seriously when we talk about the future. But I refuse to believe that just because there are some issues about the future talk, then we should not talk about it at all. So that's just my position. And speaking of the future is speaking of something that does not yet exist, the not yet. But I argue that some liberation aspect can be emerged from this not yet moment. So first, let's talk about the time and the future as a part of the future talk. For the first bullet, this is, for me, this is how we usually see the time. So we usually see the time as a past, present, and the future. So it's more like a linear timeline. So the problem for me with this linear timeline is the future is not always a smooth continuation of a linear time, but sometimes it is an interruption that breaks open the present and disrupt the linear timelines. So if we use the linear timeline as how we see the time, so we have the past, we have the present, and we have the future. And if we study trauma theology or trauma study, for instance, trauma theology and trauma study help us to see that trauma study or trauma itself does not fit the neat pattern of the past, present, and future. So trauma is always lingers. It refuses to go away because it's always there. So then the trauma will then assess or questioning the linear timeline and ask like, okay, you're talking about the time as past, present, and future, but my trauma is still there. My trauma linger between past and present and not moving to the future. So it's always there. So trauma study help us to see that this timeline of linear timeline is sometimes corrupted, and then sometimes it should be questioning more about it. And then next, in the second bullet, I see this is probably how we might construct the future, the time of the future, to see time as the edge, or like Catherine Keller, constructive theologians talk a lot about the time as the edge. So for Keller, age is a shift. Age shift our imagination from the closure. So instead of talking about eschaton or like the end of the time as an absolute end point, the close of the history, for Keller, it becomes an open horizon where life, history, and meaning continue to be open, continue to be unfold. So living at the edge means facing the limit. We're facing climate change, extinction, violence, etc., without denial because it's there, but also without despair. The hope is there. We need to do something. And then I think like we need to talk about the book of Revelation, Kitab Wahyu, because when we talk about the future, the end of the things, most of the time we refer to the book of Revelation, Kitab Wahyu. And most of people hate the book of Revelation. Luther is one of them. And some people read the book of Revelation as a way to interpret the end of the times. I remember a time when I was a kid in Alor, and when there was a earthquake and the heaviest one, my mom believed that the sign of the time of the return of God and the rapture. So people will immediately disappear. And she kept telling me that. So that's how she read the end of the time from the book of Revelation, from the book of Wahyu. And when people hear the book of Revelation, they often think of the book as an escape. So a roadmap of the end of the world. So a kind of like prediction manual. So this is happened. So, okay, now we're having this. So maybe this is going to be happening next time. So, but for me, this is more like a misconception. That's just my own take of it. And I invite all of us to unpack this together. So for instance, in Revelation 18, we hear the cry, fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great. So at first, this sounds like a prophecy about something about the destruction. But John, the writer of the Revelation, was not writing a timetable. He was writing a critique. The book was written during the Roman Empire, but notice that John was never named Roman directly. If we read throughout the book Revelation, there is no single word talking about the Roman Empire. Instead, he used the word Babylon, Babylonia, as a code word, as a secret word. So this is more like a safe way to resisting the empire. So by using the Babylon, John could unmask the unjust economic of Roman Empire, the exploitation, the violence, the idolatry, without writing the empire name outright. So the point here from the book of Revelation is not that people should escape reality or wait passively for some otherworldly salvation. The point is that every empire of oppression must fall. So Babylon is not just only Rome of John's time, but it's a symbol for every system of injustice that claims final power. For early Christian communities, hearing the Babylon will fall give them a courage. It gives them hope that their suffering under Roman Empire was not the end of the story. They could resist now because they could imagine a future where injustice would be overthrown. So Revelation does not call us to retreat from the word, to escape from the word, but it calls us to endure and resist with courage. It is a way of keeping alive the conviction that the present, however powerful, however oppressive, but it is not the final word. I'm hoping that this perspective help us to think about the future. Next, the future talk for me is never neutral. In the hands of the powerful, when we're talking about the future talk, it often becomes a tool of control. Think about how people are told to endure the suffering now because something better is promised later. Prosperity, progress, salvation. Oh, it's okay if you suffer now, then you will get the salvation later on. So on and so forth. This promise of a brighter tomorrow is used to exclude injustice today. It tells the oppressed, be patient, wait, reward is coming. Meanwhile, the structure of oppression remain intact. But from the margin, the future talk sounds very different. When spoken by those who suffer, it is not an excuse, it is a refusal. And that's my point. When the margin talk about the future talk, it's not an escape, but for me, it's a refusal. It's a way of it's their way of saying that the present order cannot be the final word. For the marginalized, imagining another future is an act of resistance. It creates courage. It insists that tomorrow can be otherwise, and that hope that belongs not to the empire, but to those who survive and resist. So the same language, the future talk, for me, can either justify oppression or generate resistance. It all depends on who is speaking and whose future is being imagined. So when we be more specific on Christian eschatology is not about drawing chart of predicting dates. It's about the not yet, a future that cannot be controlled, scheduled, or domesticated. The not yet is not a neat continuation of the present. It is an interruption. So it pauses history long enough for us to imagine that God's future is open-ended, beyond the grip of empire and beyond the logic of capitalism. Felipe Maia, my professor, a Brazilian theologian, reminds us that the not yet is both a negation and expectation. It says no to what it is, the oppression, the exploitation, the suffering, and at the same time, it calls forth a different tomorrow. So it resists, but it also invokes. It rejects what exists, and yet it anticipates what must come. And here is why this is matter, because in the time of suffering, the not yet opens space for alternative temporalities. It allows us to question the future written by the powerful. Instead, it insists that another history is possible. So Felipe Maia put it in this way: future talk makes history. So how? Because it refused to accept that the present order is final. It speaks out of the guts of the oppressed, from the body that have known suffering, and yet dare to imagine otherwise. So this kind of future talk is not escape, as I said over and over again. It is the very act of creating a new world in the face of what it is. And Maya draws a lot of his perspective from Latin American liberation theologian Ruben Alves. So Ruben Alves, in his book A Theology of Human Hopes, help us rethink Christian eschatology through the lens of imagination. So for Alves, imagination is not an escape, but it is a critique. So to imagine the not yet is to challenge the suffocating limit of the present. When does not exist yet, for Alphas matters the most, because from the future, from the not yet, something always comes. So the key word for Alphas is negation. Perlawanan, sebaliknya negatif. So he described political humanism as the refusal to accept the world as it is. It is a negation of oppressive structure and dehumanizing power for the sake of a better tomorrow. Political humanism refuses to admit that history has ended. It insists that we do not have to think and behave as if the present order is final. Instead, we are called to develop a new language, a new imagination, and new consciousness. For Alphas, tomorrow always carries the mark of human negation and hope. But this hope is not merely optimistic hope. For me, it's not a naive comfort. It should challenge us to speak who produced the dreams of the future and who benefits from them. Future talk is never innocent. I agree with that. It is always socially produced. So the question is, does this hope serve the powerful or does it emerge from the wounds of the oppressed? And this is where Alphys' insight becomes very liberating, because the very fact of the future is still not yet, and it's open space for hope, especially for those who feel suffocated by the present. Under the oppression, hope-filled future talk is not a speculation. It calls us to bring forth the time that must come, and in this way, hope is not just a feeling, but it's a social tactic. It is a way of resisting, of maneuvering, of refusing to be consumed by the weight of the present. So for Alphys, the not yet is not an escape from the world, but the most radical way of engaging it. It's a protest against what it is and a summon toward what must be. In our current context, people do protest last week, a couple of this week ago, for me, because they have a dream and they have a hope for a better tomorrow, for a better Indonesia, and because we love this country so much, and people action. That's why we have to see their action as in the present time as how they resist, that they negate the injustice that happened in the present time. That's how their negotiation of the protest and the injustice of the time. Their dream and hope for the tomorrow influence their action of the today. So for me, that's the eschatological hope of not yet. You have a dream of the tomorrow, and the dream of the tomorrow influence the way we act in the present day, influence the way we negate the injustice that we have in the current system. Because the future is not a limited space, but a horizon of the open-ended, it then gives us power to fight a little more and to hope that tomorrow can be otherwise. That's all I have, Pa Jeskiel. I hope that makes sense. And I'm looking forward for more conversation to deepen this presentation.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Lucy, for such an insightful presentation about future talk, revisiting eschatological hope grounded in the liberation for and with the margin. It's so interesting, Madam. We talk about embracing vulnerability, or will we just fulfill the Father prayer like, "Thy your kingdom come"? through our life, so that our life can be a blessing for the margin people or margin community. It's so interesting to talk about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. We will now proceed to question and answer session. So, could you please to send your or text your question in the text chat column, or I will check your question through Slido. Okay. Yep. We got one question, madam. So I will forward to this chat.
You can call me Lucy Pajeskiel. That's fine.
Okay, thank you, Lucy. So, yeah, the question from George, Iman Seminary Theological from Jakarta or in Jakarta. So the question is, in the face of global wars and conflicts, how can the not yet of Christian eschatology inspire Indonesian churches to embody hope that resists violence and militarism?
This is a very good question.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for anyone who raised this question. And that's exactly the heart of my presentation. Is like every time we talk about the future, well, we know that that's always about the not yet, but the question then becomes how we deal with the war, global war, the conflict, how the not yet of a Christian theology inspire Christian churches to embody hope and resist violence. That's exactly my point when I say that dream and hope is really important in the future talk, because it drives what we are doing right now in our current context. So people always think that don't talk about eschatology. What is the eschatology? Well, it's like, you're talking about heaven, hell. Everybody will die, so why bother talking about heaven and hell? But that's exactly my point. I think, like, if we go back to more like Augustine and other, the first period of theologians, their point of view of eschatology is more like, okay, go to the heaven and that's it. But like if we shift to more new perspective from more broad theologians, they look eschatological point of view a bit different. For instance, I mentioned about the Catherine Keller seeing it as an edge. So the history is not like past, present, future, but it's the open horizon. What would you do? Because the future is open. You can do anything, literally anything, to change what you are having in the present moment. So if you raise the question of like what the church need to do in terms of global wars and conflict, okay, leave alone the global wars. In our current conflict, we have ton of problems in the local area, and I think the future talk, the idea of hope, should make us aware that we need to do something now, because we have a dream of better tomorrow for the church, for the community, for the nation, for the world. And it should encourage each and everyone in our community to do something now. And that's just my opinion and my perception about what the church needs to do. I think we have all the data and all the information, and I believe that all of our pastors, all of our churches are great. But it's always a problem of like when they come to execute what they know, and then the problem happens because so many, oh, I know this is the right thing, but I'm too afraid to do this because I need to have a good relationship with, the government, for instance. So it's always about the conflict of interest, if you will, interest. So they already have the data, they already have the information, but when it comes to the power, people who are more powerful than them, then out of the sudden everyone become very weak and have nothing to say. I hope that can answer your questions.
Yeah. Thank you, Lucy. Based on your answer, I have following question. Is it right? It start from ourselves, from our family, or from our community, and then we make like impact, or we make or we do the good things, or we do the maybe Bible standard to the world, or maybe you can describe more about how we can stand firm and act like Christian in the global world, or in Indonesian situation like now.
Oh, thank you, Pak Jaskiel. My suggestion, well, I'm not a pastor, and I'm just like a regular member of the church.
Okay.
But for me, it's like it's really important to know what you are standing for. Let's say, like, if you want to give a voice of this political turbulence in Indonesia, first educate yourself about it, get more data, more information about it first. That's from me, because like before you open your mouth and then you give like a public statement, it's very beneficial if you know what you are going to say, because most of the time people love to talk but they don't know what they're saying, and then it then ended up being another creating another problem. So my first suggestion is first educate yourself about the issue, being very mindful about everything that has happening around us. I think Karl Barth is really firm when he said that as a theologians you have to read the Bible and then read the newspaper. You have the Bible on your left hand, and then you have the newspaper on your right hand. And I think that's really important. Be educated, and then just say something. You know that you are not belong to the world, and then you have the Bible. You need to stand for the justice. That's how God wanted you to do in this world.
Oh,
Is that make
thank you.
sense? Yeah.
Yeah, educate ourselves and stand up and speak up, yeah, loudly, yeah, so we can be a channel of God's blessing to others. Thank you, Ma'am Lucy. Here, one of participants would like to ask you directly. So we welcome IAKN Kupang. So maybe, oh yeah, Ma'am Leah, yeah. The screen is yours, ma'am. Could you please to open your mic? Okay.
Well, Lucy, thank you for being with us today. It's a really valuable presentation for me, because I remember once in my experience with the victims, I want to give up when we fight for human trafficking and the victims of tragedy 1965. Sometimes I feel like I want to stop, because it's crazy. It's crazy thing, because we will not only fight for the victims, but we have to change the structure of society. And we fight with the militarism, we fight with the mafia. And the mafia run by big money and good structure. While in the other side, the victims and the volunteers fight with the limited money, with unstructured networking. So it's like we fight only with God. Sometimes I feel like I'm totally burned out. I feel like I'm like a candle who burn myself for nothing. But your presentation today remind me that eschatology is our destination. We're not walking until the destination, but we start from now. The eschatology here, and the eschatology is the future. That we must, no matter how difficult it is, we don't have any option. What we have is keep moving. And thank you for your presentation, because I know it's easy to talk about it, but once you in the middle of, I think once you in the middle of, in the ground, and the people with the margin, in the ground level, it's really difficult to keep up. Because sometimes when you keep hope, when you keep your eye to the eschatology as hope, It means like you burn yourself like candle.
Mm.
So yeah, I don't know how to keep waras in the middle of the fighting like that. I just want to say thank you, Lucy, because you remind me that eschatology is important thing for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kalia, for being so open and honest about it. I, to be honest, I used to hate eschatology. To be honest, I think like, why do we have to talk about the future? And then it's like, why? Why? Just that's the question. Like people are suffering right now, so why you wait? So what do you want with this eschatology? Do you want people to die? And so what? But I think like my perception has changed a bit when I encounter a lot of liberation theology from Latin American, and how they really use the future, the future talk, the eschatology, is it's like more like a driven, how they keep going to find something somewhere. And I want to address one of the question here. I think like uh, uh,
Yosina?
one of the participants are talking about how can you know just embody hope that I'm so sorry. I think like a uh oh yeah, this one. How do we put the mm, oh yeah, hope is not reduced to mere optimism, but we need to see the hope as function as a social tactic. Uh, well, even though I keep telling that when we are talking about the not yet, is we are open to something that, okay, we have a dream of something better, something good somewhere, and then it then influence how we act in our current life. But throughout my presentation, I was being very open and honest that even though we have the future talk, it does not guarantee that the optimist, if it doesn't guarantee that we will get what we want. It's just, so I'll go back and then circling to what Kalia said, that she's working a lot. I mean, this lady is working so hard. We all know that. But like, even though she has the dream of the better tomorrow, but sometimes you cannot get what you want, and it is what it is. So when we are talking about the future talk, we are the not yet is it's also being open of the vulnerability that you cannot own the future. And that's exact the temporality of you as a human being, and the temporality of the time helps you to understand that this is the dream, this is what I can do for my current life to have a better future. But even though I'm doing the best that I can, I cannot get what I want 100% in the future. So we're being open for any possibilities. That's why Catherine Keller said the horizon of the time, the edge. You are not holding on like, oh, this is the end of the times, and then the ends, and then nothing happened. But like for Keller, that's a horizon of possibility. Everything could happen in the future. All we can do is like you have to do what you gotta do. Even in a small way, even in a simple way, you keep moving, you keep doing, even though you don't know if it's that it will come or not. So it's more like I want to hold. For me, I read the eschatology part. I think like when we go back to all the liberation theologians, their dream are like to liberate their people. But most of them, they don't know if they get it or not. But they keep moving, they keep doing because they believe of the dream. If that's happened, good. If it doesn't happen, I think in one of the book, I strongly suggest if we have a time, you guys can read Ruben Alves. He mentioned it very clear that even though you cannot change the future, you don't know what would happen next, but when you start to have the dream of the tomorrow, it gives you a new consciousness, kesadaran yang baru, and a new language of what is happening right now. And for me, it's really important. Even though we cannot change everything, but at least we know what we are doing right now. And then we have the faith that what I'm doing is the right thing to do. Yeah. I hope that makes sense.
Wow, Lucy, thank you. It's so interesting. We move for the next question from Yosina. Yep, Yosina is one of IAKN students, especially my students. Her her thesis her thesis about Christian education contextual for maybe a differentiation of sexual orientation, her thesis. So it's so interesting. So Yosina locus of research in IMOF community independent men of Loba Morata Kupang. It's on comparing about LGBTQIA community of people. So they Josina tried to bring gospel or try to bring good news to the community. So Josina question about dreams and hopes for the future are often dismissed as mere idealism, detected from the struggle of the present. Maybe she mentioned about the past history or shows us the collective dreams have frequently sparked transformative movement from independent struggles to social revolution and from climate justice to gender equality. The critical question then is this: how do eschatological hopes rooted in the not yet shape our ethical, political, and spiritual action today? And beyond that, can the energy of hope be strong enough to challenge and negotiate a systemic change that is deeply entrenched? Lucy, could you please to give your answer?
Thank you
Yeah,
so much. This is a
it's
big question, though.
yeah.
Thank you, Yusina. As I've mentioned before that I don't want to be very optimistic, like, oh, if as if like all of your problems will be disappear when we talk about the future talk, and then your problem will be disappear when we are having a dreams or having a goal, having uh the idea about something happen tomorrow. I want to be very clear that when we are talking about the future talk, it's more like we all have the idea of what we want in the future. We want the better for Indonesia. That's why people flooded the street and then do the protest, because we all have a dream to have a better life in Indonesia for ourselves, for our family, etc., etc. But if you ask me, how then it impact how then the not yet then helps all the ecological, ethical, political action today, I if I can, well, my answer will be like, I wish that people can use their idea and then the dream of tomorrow to work and do something in their present life. That's my hope. But I cannot guarantee that because you're doing this all things and then you will get what you want in the future. So my statement is very clear that the future talk is something that drives you, help you to keep looking, keep moving forward. But it doesn't mean you will get what you want. And that might be very disappointing for some of the people, because like, we all want to fix the problem. I know, I get it. But like sometimes we have to be honest that you cannot fix all the problems. All you can do is you examine the problem and you start to think like, oh, something might be wrong. And I will stand with Rubem Alvis with his idea of new consciousness and political humanism. So I've mentioned before that Rubem Alvis talks a lot about, even you cannot change the system, at least you know that something is wrong. At least you know that you are not like this corporate people or this pluralitarianism people. Once you get this new consciousness, then you'll be good, even though you cannot fully change the system. Maybe it does not really answering your question, but that's what I have when we're talking about the future talk. And
Yep,
that's why I
Lucy.
really love the conference, because the theme is uncertain hope. You have hope, but it's uncertain. You don't know if you will get it or not get it, but you still have hope. And for me, that's something that really important in this chaotic time.
Okay, Lucy, it's connected or related with the next question from Karnia IAKN Kupang. She asked about when you say that hope should not be reduced to mere optimism, but then seen as functioning as a social tactic. So, how do you put that hope into words?
That's a oh my goodness, you guys are so smart. I well, I think like that part is really coming from my explanation, one of my explanation of the book of Revelations. So when we go back to the book of Revelation, we will see how John, the author, used the tactic to go and to do maneuver. So, for instance, this book was written under the colonial empire, under the Roman Empire, and John knows something is not right during that time, but he has no power to confront the empire. And I believe that's happened with us in our daily life. For instance, like in the US, me as an international student, I cannot talk about free Palestine because speaking up about the free Palestine means that I will get kicked off from this country. So go back to the so I associate myself with the John when he is living under the colonial empire. He has no power, but he wants to raise an awareness to people of what is happening, to give them hope. And what he's doing is he's using a lot of coded language or sacred words, bahasa rahasia. So one of the coded language that he was been using a lot is Babylon. So you will never see or never read any word talking about the Roman Empire, but he changed saying that the Babylon. But this coded language is spread wild. It's really spreading a lot. So people in the community knows that when John was talking about the Babylon, he's talking about the Roman Empire. So that's the coded language between them. That's why I'm saying we need to use hope or the discussion of the future talk as also what's the word that she was using as the tactic. If we cannot speak up clearly against the people who repressed us, we can use the tactic from the book of Revelation as one of the example for doing that. And we can figure it out. What else can we play with that? Please don't ask me how we can do it because I simply don't know. All I can do is like I can open this up and then we can together think about it. But my point is like when we are talking about the not yet and we're talking about the tactic, it's more like kind of like a reminder that sometimes we don't have a power and we need to figure it out even in the very limited space with the limited power that we have. What could we do? The book of Revelation used the coded language. What would we do in our society? I think like for instance like Instagram banned a lot of voices talking about free Palestine. So what did these people do? They brought up the watermelon as a symbol of resistance. That can be used, that can be functioned as a coded language, as a tactic to refuse to be controlled by the people of power. I hope that helps.
Okay, Lucy, thank you. I get some point of view from your answer. So we can think globally, act locally, and we start from the little or simple action in our life, in our community to help others. Okay,
Amen.
maybe yeah, we can use symbolic like watermelon and so on to speak up to the word about humanity. Thank you. So we have one participant who raised a hand. So Mr. Dimitri or Dimitri Bawole, could you please to open your camera and unmute yourself to give your answer question.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Am I audible? So thank you so much, Lucy, for the very thoughtful and very insightful presentation. I feel like very connected your presentation and also with my in my research as well. So regarding your presentation, I'm very amazed because it's related to, like I mentioned before, in my research. So I am thinking about a Munoz cruising utopia, where Munoz used not yet conscious architecture in the very big sorry, in his book. So from Munoz, he said that um the not yet conscious embeds in horizon of possibility. So meaning that he criticized the LGBTQ movement in the United States, which use the straight time. So it makes me wonder, and regarding your presentation as well, what's the privilege, who's the privilege in this stance, in this using the framework of not yet conscious, who is the privilege, especially from your hub eschatology and liberation theological architecture, who is the privilege here? And then it becomes a new possibility, becomes a new possibility for queer activism and also queer theology in Indonesia, I believe, from your presentation. And the next part, I wonder what is past in your POV. So that's my question. Thank you so much, Jessica. I hope that it's clear.
Thank you so much, Dimitri. Dimitri is now studying in the US and focusing his research on sexuality and queer theory. So, yeah, that's why he came up with this Munoz. Dimit, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you raised a very important question of the Munoz, the not yet. And your question is really important when we're talking about having the time with this timeline. Who has the privilege to in this not yet? And I would say that it depends on how do you want to focus uh, your perspective or your talk on it. So, for instance, this presentation is not merely focusing on one specific group. It's more like a very broad presentation and the idea of the future talk. But my point is like I'm trying my best with the 30 minutes presentation to centering the margin in this discourse. And people have a lot of definition about the margin. Like people with money, they can call themselves margin too, using the definition that they're using. But my point here is like I really want to center my presentation on those who do not have access, whatever you define the access is, and those who always being left behind and silent over by people who have the power and the privilege. That's what I understood by the margin. So that's why Ruben Alves is the theologian that for me helps me a lot because like for Alves, these people who do not have the privilege, who always are on the other side left over, the only thing that they have is a dream. And the only thing that make them moving is like the dream of the better tomorrow, for the better future. So if you're asking who are the privileged in this conversation, I would say that those who are taking over the right, or those who always um, be on the center of all the conversation, and those who are benefit from the center that they are getting off, those for me is the privileged one. Meanwhile, those who do not get the access to that, and those who are always silenced, for me, I read them as those who are in the margin, not the privileged one. Is that make sense? Or if you have a following question, please let me know. And for your question, what is the past? And I think that's really important when you brought up Munoz, because I think my first comment with Munoz, you know more about Munoz, so correct me if I'm wrong, Dimit. Past is really, well, if you're talking about the queer people, for instance, and using the Munoz, the past, he mentioned a lot about the past in the US. And my question with Munoz is like, what happened to the people who are outside the US who do not have the access to the past because they do not have the space and the history, or maybe, or perhaps their history is hidden. Nobody knows about the history. But in the US, their history is there, even though there are some repression towards the queer community, but it's really easy to get the access to the past. Everything was there. But for us people in Indonesia, leave alone the past, even like saying out loud that I am a gay or I am a lesbian or even I stand for those people, you will get thrown off the stone. You will die, period. So if you ask me what is the past that I'm talking about, I have to, it's more like, because like I'm talking about more like a linear timeline. So it's probably not really answering your question, because when I talk a lot about the past, the present, and the future, what I imagine by this is like how people usually see the timeline. So when we are talking about the eschatology, if we read through Augustine or what else, and other Augustine friends, the way they look at the history is always present, past, present, future. This is what happened before. Present is Jesus' time, and then the future is like the second coming of Jesus. And that's why people like Catherine Keller and other, they shift the conversation, not seeing this linear time, but seeing the time as an edges, as an horizon of all the possibilities. Everything is possible to happen. So I don't want to act like I know everything about the past, because I do not know, and I don't want to act like I know it, and I don't want to mislead people. So the past that I'm using in this presentation is more or less is coming from Augustine in how he understands the past and the frame time of his idea of the future talk. So it's not specific of like a one period or like one certain thing. It's more like past in general and the present and the future. And the future is always about the return of the Christ. Yeah. Is that really answering your question, Dim? I'm so sorry if I mislead you.
No, don't be sorry. I mean, it's another perspective to read, not yet consensus, because Munoz talks more about the privileged queer activism in United States. So,
Right.
and Munoz talks a lot about on behalf of queer of color rather than white queer activism. So you mentioned and center another point of view, such as unprivileged people in Indonesia. And I think it's very quite important in the discourse because it talks more about time in Indonesia. So thank you so much for addressing it, and also the past. And it's very interesting the how you exaggerate the tradition and also theology in the past to read in the contemporary context. I believe is very important too. So thank you so much, Lucy, for
Thank
the
you.
the answer. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for staying this
Yeah.
late, Dim. Just to joining. It's
Juga mau
midnight in
ke
the
bawah
US,
ini.
so appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Dimitri. Thank you, Lucy. So we have one participant already raised hand to ask Lucy. So, Mr. Herman Manu, could you please to open your camera and give your question?
Okay.
I'm so sorry. These two are my friends. That's why I'm laughing.
Oh my gosh, Mr. Eman. Oh.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, Mr. Eman. I already contact you for my sample writing last year. So thank you for your help. Yeah.
I hope I already answer your chat. I'm sorry for
Okay,
that.
okay. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Uh, it's so amazing to see like the discussion and to hear the discussion about hope and eschatology and also revelation. I'm not theologian, I'm a biblical scholar, so my question, I don't know, really like it's not a very good question, but I'm just curious. But before that, uh I really want to jump into the discussion between Lucy and Dimitri that just happened about Munoz. I think it could be nuanced more if we add the layer of hauntology by Jacques Derrida, because I think I haven't read Munoz before, but I think Munoz and Catherine Keller kind of like were informed by Derrida's ontology. So I think Derrida ontologies and Gayatri Spivak ghostwriting, I think like both of them really like influence the writers. So I think adding hauntology and ghostwriting will add more like how the past and the future always haunt you to make a like fast response and also like responsible action to do something with yourself now. And one question is like very bad one, but I just want to raise that in the political situation now in Indonesia, especially in East Nusa Tenggara, we saw that like lit the candle, praying together, and it's kind of like really brings hope that something good will happen to the East Nusa Tenggara. And then looking afar from, I'm in Atlanta anyway, and I read some news from Instagram that said that what happens in the demonstration will not really impact the life of the marginalized, because like even you do the vote for election, and then you do the demonstration and many things happen there, like we're still living in this moment, we still need to deal with this kind of bad stuff, the worst stuff happen, and then like they're still going on with their life. And my question is the simple one and the bad one is how to raise the hope of not yet if they already have this gesture. That's all. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very great presentation, Kalusi.
Thank you so much, Herman. Oh my goodness, what a privilege. So, I think like I have to circle back to what I was saying before. First, that I really love the theme of this conference, Uncertain Hope. And I think it really centers what I'm talking throughout this whatever hours, almost 30 to an hour. You have a hope, but you are uncertain about your hope. Period. That's just my point of this presentation. You're talking about the not yet. You're heading to the future. You're doing the protest now. You go to the street. You light the candle. You cry. You do this. You do that. And you think that this is the best that you can do now because you have a dream of better tomorrow. But but the tomorrow is still uncertain. And for me, it then encouraged us to keep moving, keep going. Even though the tomorrow is not certain, even though you don't know, even though you have the high hopes of the tomorrow, but because it's uncertain, what you need to do is go back to alphas again, have a new consciousness, have a new the political of humanism. You know something wrong, you keep it in your mind, you keep it in your heart, you take it as your faith, and it keeps you moving. And then it helps you to see that, okay, this is not good. I'm going to do this. But also at the same times, I'm being aware that what I'm doing cannot change everything. So the hope that we are talking about here in this presentation for me is the hope that drives us forward, even though it's uncertain. So that's just for me, because like I think like sometimes with throughout this conversation people are so eager to, okay, so what next, what should you do to fix this, fix that. I mean, like, well, I get paid to fix all the problem. You have the government, they get paid millions and millions and they don't do their job. So don't come to me and then ask me to fix the problem. I don't know. All I can do is, this is the concept that I have. We can together think about it, and we can probably identify what's going on in our situation, what's wrong in our situation, what's happening with us. That's all we can do with the hope that we have. I hope that makes sense, truly.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It really helps.
Yep. Thank you, Lucy. Brother Eman, I hope we can meet someday in Boston. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
We will.
Okay, okay. I mean, yeah. So, I think it's the same frequent or same tone with Mr. Herman question, and Marnie from Kupang also question the same tone. So, considering the global rise of capitalism and empire-like powers, what alternative futures can Indonesian Christians? Maybe we can make a simple like East Nusa Tenggara Province Christians imagine that prioritize justice, solidarity, and peace. Maybe Lucy, you can give us some suggestion about that.
I will say like we need to get the idea of new consciousness, and it's really important. I think like okay, there was a time when some people ask me a question that what is your reaction when people go to the street and they do the protest, but they don't know what's going on. For instance, like the protest against well, the support to Palestinian people, for instance. It was really hard for me, and I was like, my answer was like, people come to the street with a very different of knowledge, and no one should be ashamed of in this movement to have a very little knowledge or a lot of knowledge, because well, what they can do is like maybe they read a bit and then they go and then they, this is my statement, and then through this movement they can get more knowledge or more information about what they're doing. So if the question is like what could we do, um, or like a Christian in East Nusa Tenggara, what would they do? I would, my suggestion is, I'm all about Rubem Alves. So have a new consciousness is really important. And to be able to get the new consciousness, you have to be informed of what's going on in your situation. And be sure to get more information as possible, because we have the media that is not really neutral, and it happens, it's not only in Indonesia but also in the US. So get more balanced information about what's happening right now. If you watch TV1 said this, go watch RCTI, for example. If you don't get a lot of information about it, go watch Tempo. So get a lot of sources that you can, just to be able to inform you what's going on with that situation. That's the first thing that I would suggest people to do, because when you get like more data, more information, and it's coming from a very different sources, you then start thinking like, oh, maybe something's wrong. And using Alpha's idea, or like Alpha's argument, if you know, if you get informed, if you know something is wrong with your situation and something's wrong with your current context, it will give you a new language. Oh, maybe I'm poor, but I'm poor because not because like I'm so lazy, but because the system make me become poor. You get the new language, and this new language and this new consciousness will help you to keep moving to find something better, perhaps. So I don't know if that's answered the question, but that's all that I can think about. Get informed, get the data as much as you can from a very various sources, and start thinking maybe something wrong with the situation, and then start doing anything that you can. But also be mindful that maybe you cannot get what you want. I know maybe it's not the answer that everyone wants, but this is all I have.
Okay, Lucy. Okay, we have the last question maybe
Sure.
from Deo Jose Sinaga. He asked about how do you feel about Reformation theology now?
Huh. First, that's a good one, but I need a clarification on like what Reformation theology that you are talking about, so that I can get the information. I know how to react or respond to that question. But I think like well, we have a very various approaches from our churches today, even though we always saying that we keep reform, keep moving forward, but in the practice, we know we see how people don't really reform and don't really do the best that they could do, and how people are really love to mingle with the people of power, with the government, to save their church and to save their life and to save their status. And it's that's sad, but I think like it should not surprise us because it's happened throughout the centuries. That's happened before, now, and maybe in the future. So if you ask me about my opinion about how the Reformation theology is moving forward now, I would say that first we have to acknowledge that there are a lot of theologians or even churches who are doing their best to respond to this current situation. We've heard the PGI statement about what's going on now, and we have like other churches being very vocal, even though it's not the member of the church, but like some pastor I've seen very vocal to give their opinion about it, and it's a very powerful opinion. But also I have to also mention that we also like have some churches and some communities who doesn't really care and who thinks like, oh, why do I need to be bothered by this situation? Why don't I just go for my eschatological hope to being raptured, to being, like leave this world and then go and then meet Jesus? So I think like all of these approaches are valid. But for me, in the midst of the situation where we all are dying because of the political turbulence in Indonesia, it's really important to stand up and to say something. You cannot change anything, but your voice matter, and your one statement throughout your social media, it really changed. I mean, like maybe for us, we are just nobody, but like for our church member, if they seen you as a student of theology, they look up to you. So your opinions really matter. What you say, they will consider. They will, even though they're not really response immediately, maybe seeing what you're doing every day help them to think like, oh, why he keeps saying this? Why is he doing this again and again? And then maybe they can find out in their way to know what's going on to help them. So it's more like if you are asking me about what's the approaching of Reformation theology now, for me it's more broad and it's more nuanced, and I don't have a lot of data of how each church or its theologians built up their theology. So I don't want to judge and I don't want to give the evaluation of that. But all I can say is like I know some people are doing their best and some people are just hesitant to do that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's so, I think, embrace us so that we can have maybe a conciseness and new language uh, about the words nowadays. So, Lucy, thank you for the engaging discussion and for all question raised. It's so very give us new spirit to find or to seek the maybe the fits of the context in the 21st century as a Christians community or Christian people. So before we close this session, I would like to invite Lucy to share your closing statement on summarizing the key points for us.
Oh, thank you so much, Pak Jeskiel. So, because I believe that the future is not yet, and the future is always about the horizon that is open-ended. For me, it should give us the power to fight a little more, to do what we could, and to keep hoping that tomorrow can be otherwise. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lucy. That's Jesus did for us. Thank you, Lucy, for your inspiration that you give for us, for your insightful presentation and final remarks. So maybe for the participant, we can open our camera so we can take a picture together. Okay, Ma'am Yusmina, could you please to help take a picture or screenshot? Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest you to give maybe your emoticon to Miss Lucy. Yeah, you can raise your heart or your clap hands or the thumbs to Miss Lucy.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
dear participant, we kindly ask all participants to turn on their camera for a moment so we can take a photo with Miss Lucy. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. Next. Okay, enough. Okay, next. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, Pak Yeskiel. Please
Yep.
continue. Yeah.
Miss Lucy, on behalf of IAKN Kupang, we would like to say thank you so much for your insightful presentation. Yeah, thank you so much to all participants for your active engagement in this session. So guys, we can take our rest time, maybe 7 minutes. After that, in 12:10, we can gather here to join the next agenda. Will it's session 2. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak
Yeah,
Jeskiel.
thank you so much, Miss
Thank you all.
Lucy. Success in everything you do.
Thank you,
Amin.
Kak
Cannot
Lucy.
wait for Pak Jeskiel untuk datang ke Boston.
Ya, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you everyone for your activity participation. We will now have a short break before moving on to our next session at 10 past 12 waktu Indonesia Tengah. In Belanda, it's about 10 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. Please stay connected on Zoom, and in 10 past 12, we will continue with our next speakers. Okay.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKEN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang.
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab counseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Bergabunglah bersama kami di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang dan wujudkanlah masa depan yang cerah.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKEN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang.
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab counseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Bergabunglah bersama kami di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang dan wujudkanlah masa depan yang cerah.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKEN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang.
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab counseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Bergabunglah bersama kami di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang dan wujudkanlah masa depan yang cerah.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang.
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab counseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Bergabunglah bersama kami di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang dan wujudkanlah masa depan yang cerah.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang.
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab counseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Bergabunglah bersama kami di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang dan wujudkanlah masa depan yang cerah.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang.
We'll now proceed to the second session. Therefore, we respectfully invite our moderator, Mr. Jeskel Sodale, to lead this session. Pak Yes?
Yep, thank you, Ma'am
Time for you.
Yusmina.
Okay.
Okay, yep. First of all, I would like to say hi to Mr. Jan Jorit Hasselaar. Thank you for coming, and you can inspire us with your material. So allow me to be a moderator in this session. So dear participants, we now enter session 2 of our conference, which will explore a theme that is both urgent and deeply relevant to our world today: the meaning and practice of hope in the context of climate change, economy, and theology. So to all participants, please pay attention to the session rules that I've posted in the chat column before. Thank you. So it is my honor to welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, Evangelist Jan J. Hasselaar, Ph.D. from Vrije Universiteit, Amsterdam, the Netherlands. He is both a theologian and an economist. He serves as director of the Amsterdam Center for Religion and Sustainable Development at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, and is also a research fellow at the University of the Western Cape, South Africa. Mr. Hasselaar has chaired the Council of Churches in the Netherlands Working Group on Sustainable Development and has built an extensive international network with leaders from academia, government, business, and religious organizations. His research focuses on radical uncertainty and how theological tradition can offer hope as a response. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Hasselaar to deliver his presentation. Mr. Hasselaar, the time is yours.
Selamat siang.
Wow, selamat siang, Mr. Jan.
Selamat siang.
Selamat siang, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. Selamat siang at your side. It's early morning in the Netherlands. But it's a great joy to be with you. And thank you very much for this warm introduction. It's a great pleasure to be at your symposium about uncertainty and hope. And in the back, you see the wooden statues I bought in Ubud when I was a student at Satyawacana in Salatiga. I would like to share a presentation with you that I prepared. There are some videos in it, so let's see if they will work. But I will first start my presentation. And it's combining the It is combining the two elements of uncertainty and hope. It's a hopeful embracing of uncertainty. And that's one of our research programs at Vrije Universiteit in the Netherlands. And let me first tell you something about the center that I'm heading. It was in 2018 that we set up in Amsterdam the Center for Religion and Sustainable Development. Remember that in 2015, the United Nations developed their Sustainable Development Goals. In 2015, in Paris, there was the Paris Climate Agreement, So all developments on sustainable development were running around 2015, but the role of religion and theology in these questions was very unclear. So we set up the Center for Religion and Sustainable Development to support that the relation between sustainable development and religion and sustainable development and theology was developed further as well, that religious and theology became part of the agenda as well. And as you all know, sustainable development goals are about education, about equality, about climate change, about water, about poverty. And in all these issues, religion, theology can play or plays a role. And we set up a center which was interdisciplinary, interreligious, and in co-creation with society. And what we're doing now is research, education, and projects with society at large. And maybe you've heard of this symposium, Water in Times of Climate Change. We had it at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam in 2019. And the aim of the symposium was to deepen the debates on water and to deepen the debates on climate change by adding a values-driven approach to it. To deepen the often technical, economic, political conversations with a perspective from religion, from theology, from values. And we did that not in an abstract way, but we focused on the urban areas of Cape Town. Cape Town just suffered from day zero, which means that they had a drought of 4 years, and the dams around the city from which they get the water were almost empty. So day zero was the day that all the private taps would be turned off and that you're only able to receive your water at the public places. We invited Jakarta. As you know, Jakarta is the fastest sinking city in the world. So on the one hand, the rise of sea level, and on the other hand, the groundwater that is taken away under the city of Jakarta by people who are drilling holes in the ground to extract water from under the city. And Amsterdam has always been a problem because it's always 3-4 meters under sea level. So we are threatened by climate change as well. So we invited a team, a presentation of Jakarta, Cape Town, Amsterdam on the political level, on the economic level, on the natural scientific level, and on the level of religion. And here you see in the picture, it's a ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew. It's the first among equals of the Orthodox Church. As you all know, Jesus had his disciples. Peter and Andrew were brothers. Peter became the leading figure in Rome, and Andrew became the leading figure in Byzantium, which now is called Istanbul, and in between it was called Constantinople. So Peter and Andrew are brothers. The Pope became the successor of Peter, and the Patriarch became the successor of Andrew. And the ecumenical patriarch, so he's the successor of the apostle Andrew. and he's the leader of the Orthodox Church, and he's a pioneer when it comes to religion and sustainable development. He already started in the 80s. Water Symposia on the 1st of September. He ordered the Day of Creation. So he's a pioneer when it comes to religion and sustainable development. And he is acknowledged for that in Laudato Si, which is the encyclical of Pope Francis. You see next to the patriarch in the picture is Cardinal Turkson, and he is the man behind the Laudato Si encyclical of Pope Francis. So that's a theme, water in times of climate change, deepened by a values-driven dialogue, which we had with Jakarta, Cape Town, and Amsterdam in 2019. And from that, we signed the Covenant of Hope between these three cities. And let me come back to the theme of the symposium, uncertainty. Because today, and you're in a different part of the world in which you understand that there's always uncertainty, that you can't plan everything, that you don't know the future in advance, that even the present can be unpredictable. But we in the West, for the last 70 years, we had a quite managerial way of working. So we reduce uncertainty to a risk, and if it is a risk, you can still measure, because the percentage of chance that A is happening, you know that B is happening and C is happening. So you can make a model in which you still can measure if you reduce uncertainty to risk. So a debate in economics, I'm an economist and a theologian, a debate in economics in the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s was about risk and uncertainty. Thereafter, the debate was gone because we considered everything as a risk, which you can use in your models, and then economists can advise a government about policy measure A, B, or C. But we didn't recognize anymore that there was a risk, that there was uncertainty involved as well. Till 2008, 2009, I don't know if you remember what happened, but the economic crisis, the financial crisis, the housing crisis started in the United States. Big banks collapsed, and economists were just thinking, wow, what is happening here? They hadn't seen, they hadn't predicted such an economic crisis. And from there, they realized, or some influential economists started to realize, that there is something more than just a risk that you can see in advance. There's also real uncertainty, things you don't know. And influential economists like John Kay and Mervyn King started to reflect on the theme of radical uncertainty. So radical means an uncertainty that's inherent in reality. You can't solve it in a way by creating more data or looking it up in a book. There is real uncertainty. And in the West, and we can speak later about your context, but in the West, we experienced over the last 50 years more and more uncertainty. I mention examples like COVID. We didn't predict COVID, but suddenly it was there. And we didn't know how to deal with it. Climate change, always more unexpected things are happening. The wars, you know that at the moment in Europe and on the edge in Europe, we have wars between Ukraine and Russia. There's a war going on in Israel and Gaza. Uncertainty is experienced at many places these days. And now I give some examples of the larger world, but also in your personal life, there can be uncertainty. You can predict the next year, you can predict the next 5 years. Things can happen that you don't see coming yet. And also on the level of a city or a country or a project, uncertainty is often part of the process. And I argued in my research that we should find ways to deal with uncertainty. Let me now come to my first video, and I'm checking with the moderator if the sound will work. Do we have to do something, or shall I just try it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go.
Sir, yeah.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, it sounds clear, sir. It
Yeah.
sounds clear.
There we go again. So let me first say a few words about it. So at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, we have a big research program on uncertainty and hope. The board of Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam was inspired by the work that we are doing. So they proclaimed the academic year 2024-2025 as the theme, the power of hope. So for the whole university with its 35,000 students, the academic theme of the year was the power of hope. And when I spoke to the ambassador of the Holy See about it, we spoke about the fact that also Pope Francis proclaimed hope as a theme of the Jubilee. And as you might know, the Jubilee is 1 year in the Roman Catholic Church, once in the 25 years. It goes back to the FISKK 25, the year of Jubilee, when there's a big reset of your personal life, of the life of society, and there's a holy door in Rome, which only opens once in 25 years. And Pope Francis declared the year of the Jubilee as Pilgrims of Hope. So the ambassador to the whole DC and I spoke about it and said, let's see if we can strengthen each other. So together with the Vatican, we organized a symposium, Rediscover and Build Hope. And the reason for that is because in these days, I don't know at your side, but at least at our side, situations are quite hopeless. I spoke already about several things, about climate change, about wars. People feel uncertain, people feel hopeless. So we thought, let's rediscover and build hope. So in advance of the symposium, we made a video, which is called Voices of Hope, in which we start already rediscovering hope from a Christian perspective, from a Muslim perspective, from a secular perspective, from the East and the West, from the North and the South. So let me share this video with you.
This is a fateful moment in the history of the West. We've seen divisive elections and divided society.
As I was traveling around, I kept meeting young people who lost hope. Why is it that making thanks is so easy, but building schools is so hard?
What counts and matters then is the attitude you adopt to an unchangeable fate, to an unchangeable situation. You may and have to change your attitude. The only people who will save us from ourselves is we, the people, all of us together.
We shouldn't be overwhelmed by the fact that this task seems so impossible. Do what you can, where you can.
La speranza è un seme di vita umile e nascosto che però si trasforma col tempo in un grande albero.
For there was always light if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
So we went by the train of hope from Utrecht, which is one of the cities in the Netherlands, to Rome, as a way of slowing down, as a way of becoming a pilgrim. And we had a 3-day symposium in Rome about hope from different perspectives, with a diverse group of people, with a Muslim background, with a secular background, with a Christian background, from the Middle East, from Western Europe, from South Africa. So it was a diverse group of people eager to rediscover and build hope with each other. And it was not just abstract, we also visited and presented very concrete projects on hope. And here you see in the garden of the Pope, where we signed the Declaration of Interdependence. And at the closing ceremony, let me skip this one because of reasons of time. 1 minute. Here we go. And at the closing ceremony, Archbishop Thabo Magoba, who's a successful Desmond Tutu, he lighted the candle of hope for all, and it was shared among the participants, and everybody took a candle to his or her home or work. And he said, small steps taken in hope can become islands of hope, And as they come together, we can in turn create landscapes of hope. So maybe your symposium now is an island of hope. Let's see if we can come together as we do now and create in turn the landscapes of hope in Indonesia, in South Africa, in Rome, in the Netherlands. The candle of hope was brought from Rome to the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. The candle of hope was brought from Rome to the University of the Free State in South Africa. And the candle of hope was also brought by Archbishop Tamagoba to the Anglican Church. The end of this month, I will go to Rome again because Pope Leo will open the Laudato Si Center, where we signed the Declaration of Independence, and it will become a training center, an education center, a research center for sustainable development. So here was a quote of Archbishop Tabo: "Small steps taken in hope can become islands of hope, and as they come together, we can in turn create the landscapes of hope." In the following part of my presentation, I want to share with you some maybe small steps taken in hope, maybe islands of hope. I don't know yet what it is exactly, but in the Netherlands, I don't know if you've ever been in Amsterdam, but here you see a picture from Amsterdam and the canals in Amsterdam. But when it comes to the Dutch infrastructure, there are big challenges in the Netherlands. The most bridges, most streets, most gables are built after the Second World War, which means that they are 80 years old. And in 80 years old, the intensity of the traffic and the weight of the traffic has changed incredibly. I spoke already about the water challenges in Amsterdam, but these heavy rainfalls, you are adjust to heavy rainfalls in Indonesia, but we are not familiar with these short, heavy rainfalls. So also we have to include more biodiversity, more climate adaptive measures to our infrastructure, and we have to do it in a way that is circular. We have a limited amount of workforces. We have a little amount of resources. So the Dutch infrastructure has to work in a different way because there's a lot of uncertainty involved in all these questions. And that's why they called me. I was not expecting that they were calling a theologian to become part of the team, but they said, well, we are working on a big proposal. It's an investment fund. It's called the National Growth Fund. And it's a big investment fund in the Netherlands to be able to deal better with questions of today and questions of tomorrow. And that includes dealing with uncertainty in the context of climate change, in the context of maintenance as well. So how to deal with radical uncertainty in the context of climate change, in the context of biodiversity, in the context of infrastructure. And they called me and they said, yeah, you have to join as well. I said, well, why should I? Because it's such a technical program. What is the added value of a theologian who is working on trust and hope and certainty? I said, well, that's exactly the point. We do not only need technical innovations, we need also social innovations. I said, now I understand where you want to go. So I started to join them, and in a way, it was inviting them to enter the flourishing life based on hope. And it's not out there. We had to make it contextual. So we are using the method of design research, in which you go step by step from analysis to develop an intervention, to apply the intervention, and to evaluate. And from there, we do the next step. Develop, we design in co-creation with partners, hope driven interventions. And by doing so, we are trying to embrace step by step radical certainty that is present in the projects, in the reality that the Dutch infrastructure is in. And we work in a team of 10 researchers. We don't need only theologians in the team. We have economists, we have design researchers, we have psychologists. So we have different skills in order to develop hope-driven interventions that really fit the Dutch infrastructure. And the understanding of hope to embrace uncertainty we use is mostly taken from or inspired by the work of John Stocks. He is one of the leading religious leaders the last 30 years worldwide. He's a rabbi. He used to be the chief rabbi of Great Britain, and he has discovered in his work that hope is not the same as optimism. Optimism means that things will go well. Pessimism means that things will not go well. And hope means that together we can learn to take responsibility for a shared future. And he took that understanding of hope from the Exodus narrative. So a lot of his books and a lot of, you can watch him on the internet as well. There are a lot of videos and lectures of him. But he started to rediscover hope from a biblical perspective. And as an economist, it gave me language to develop a model of hope, so to say. So on the left hand, you see standard economic policy, which is dominant in Dutch economy, in Western economy, maybe in all economies. It's dominant in projects as well. We think we consider that we have complete information information. If you have complete information, you can say we have objective knowledge to decide what is best for the economy, what is best for the project. It's based on self-interest. If everybody is striving for his or her self-interest, together we'll find the best way forward. It assumes that we know exactly what we want. And if we put these elements together in a contract, this will be the way to do it. But if there is real uncertainty involved, and that's what you see in the economy, that's what you see in the infrastructure, things will not work out often as they were put in the contract. So parties in the contract start fighting about what is what and who is responsible for what. So that's a consequence if you don't make space for radical uncertainty. And if there's radical uncertainty, whereby Sachs says you need relational knowledge in addition to objective knowledge. You should not only think about your self-interest, but also ready, but we have to design the process and we have to trust the process. And we shouldn't work with a contract, but with a covenant which is based on shared values. One of the project managers we are working with is saying, if you don't know what's in front of you, you should make sure to know who is next to you. And then it's not so much about the solution, but being able together to find the solution. And that's why you don't need a fixed contract, but you need a covenant based on shared values. And you can have that covenant, but how do you keep the covenant alive? How do you invest in the relationships? How do you start over when things goes wrong? How do you celebrate the utopia in the present? So Rabbi Sachs says, well, the most important element of a politics of hope is the public Sabbath. It's a safe space in projects, in economy. So these are assumptions on which we build our hope-driven interventions in Dutch economy. And let me share another video in which we designed an intervention. It's called the butterfly garden, which is asking, where is the hope already present in the projects? So we do not come bring hope, but there is already hope. And you see in the video that the people who are working in the infrastructure are adopting already the language of hope. So here we go.
De vlindertuin. De vlinders is een beeld voor de verrassende nieuwe dingen die in een lente ontstaan. Dus dat je dan, hey, wat is dat voor nieuws in de gekte van het moment waar je niet zit? En we hebben die metafoor van vlinders gebruikt om voorbeelden te krijgen van hoopvolle verhalen uit de sector van nieuwe manieren om dingen te doen. En door die in een vlindertuin te verzamelen we de verhalen die helpen om te zien hoe we nieuwe problemen echt op nieuwe manieren kunnen aanpakken.
Ik vind het altijd heel fijn dat we af en toe dan bijeenkomst met de hele sector hebben, omdat dat je toch even uit je dagelijkse werkpraktijk haalt en een een moment geeft voor reflectie en verdiepende gesprekken. En ik merk ook dat de vraagstukken en de veranderingen waar de sector voor staat, gaat meer over dan alleen maar een technische oplossing. En ik denk dat het heel goed is om vanuit allerlei verschillende vakgebieden naar verandering te kijken. En het hoopgedreven onderzoek is daar ook een van die componenten van.
Hoop en hoopgedreven. De transitie is voor mij ook een hulp in hoe formuleer ik daar waar ik zelf ook graag naartoe wil. Dat er een werkelijkheid en een waarheid is die zich nog niet heeft aangediend, maar wel dat die er is. En die is positief. Maar ik vind wel dat we eerder naar wanhoop wijzen dan naar hoop. Dus we hebben ons beter geoefend om wanhopig te zijn dan we ons geoefend hebben om hoop te hebben.
Een sabbat is een moment van rust en van stilstaan. Daarin heb je dan tijd om het leven te overzien en jezelf te overzien. En dat is wat een sabbat is. En bij een infrasabbat gaat het over hetzelfde. Het gaat over stilstaan, over zoeken naar een plek waar je overzicht hebt. En een plek bedoel ik niet letterlijk een plek, maar een plek in je hoofd waar je overzicht hebt. Doordat je rust hebt, doordat je stilstaat. En dan zicht op de infrastructuur.
Die vlinder die kondigt wel aan dat het, waar we met z'n allen mee bezig zijn, dat mogelijk wel tot mooie oplossingen gaat leiden. En dat is ook hoopvol om daar met z'n allen dan ook hard voor te gaan werken om die verandering wel tot stand te brengen. Omdat je soms best veel weerstand en moeilijkheden tegenkomt, dan is het heel goed om die dingen te benoemen en te onderkennen waar het al goed gaat. En wat een voorbode kan zijn van als we het nou altijd zo doen.
Het fladdert, het beweegt. Dus de dynamiek voor de vlinder is voor mij denk ik wel iets heel moois. En daarnaast denk ik de verandering van rups naar vlinder, dat het in onze sector ook kan veranderen. Het is wel een hele mooie symboliek voor mij.
I'm looking to the moderator. I can say a few things about South Africa, or shall I round it off?
Yep, that's okay, sir. You still have 5 minutes. After that, we continue for the question and answer session.
Yeah, thank you very much. I told you, also part of the water symposium was South Africa, with the city of Cape Town, who was facing day 0, and from there they moved to the water strategy. Cape Town, South Africa is also facing radical uncertainty, drought, floods. It happens, it can happen, it can happen more extreme. So how to deal with that uncertainty, and therefore we trained the civil servants of Cape Town to use the wisdom present in the communities. So not stakeholder engagement where the policymakers decide what will happen, but community enrollment in which you develop with the communities the way forward. Here you see the mayor of Cape Town. He got a picture from us about the condition of the canals in Amsterdam in the 1970s, and the city swim in the canals in Amsterdam we have these days, in which even our queen is joining. So we were able to improve the quality of the waterways, and he wants to improve the quality of the waterways in Cape Town as well, so that by the end of his term, which is called City of Hope, Cape Town has a big hope project. By the end of his term, the mayor wants to have a city swim in Cape Town as well. And as long as that is not possible, we went on a pedal journey through the riverways in Cape Town just to celebrate utopia in the present. Don't wait till 2013, until 2015. Rabbi Sachs is saying, at the public Sabbath, you celebrate utopia now as an inspiration for the next steps forward. I shared you some projects of hope we are setting up, we are working on at Vrije Universiteit, Amsterdam, together with many partners worldwide, to learn to embrace radical uncertainty. I told you about the theme of the academic year at Vrije Universiteit. I told you about the Hope Symposium in Rome. Within the big Hope project in the infrastructure, we are setting up a trainer program so that people can learn, that people can train or can be trained how to face uncertainty, how to embrace uncertainty, and they can learn others as well. Last Friday, we had the first session on this training program, and everything will come together in what we call the Workplace of Hope. There will be a Dutch version of the website and an English version of the website. So at Vrije Universiteit, in the next half year, we will launch our Workplace of Hope, in which we, as academic institutions, together with societal partners, together with international partners, work together on embracing hope in several contexts. Let me finish by a quote of Archbishop Thabo Makgoba, the successor of Desmond Tutu. He said during the Water Symposium in 2019, and he's one of the partners in our work on hope as well. So let me round off with a very small video of Archbishop Thabo. Here we go.
Good afternoon, Amsterdam. Goedemiddag, as we say in Afrikaans on my side of the world. Let me end with a challenge to us all. We have lived our lives by the assumption that what was good for us would be good for the world. We are wrong. We must change our lives so that it will be possible to live by the contrary assumption that what is good for the world will be good for us. And that requires that we make the effort to know the world and learn what is good for it. It means living the good of the community for all of us, not living for my own personal needs. It means living that we and not me, to sum up. Let us end the indifference. The opposite of love is not hate. It is indifference. The opposite of faith is not heresy. It is indifference. The opposite of life is not death. It is indifference. The opposite of hope is not despair, but indifference. May we become the agents of hope. God bless you, the families. God bless the world. God loves you, and so do I. Have a good conference.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Hasselaar. I noticed the last part of the video, let's become the agent of hope in the world. So it's so meaningful for us. Thank you, Mr. Hasselaar, for such a profound and inspiring presentation that has opened our mind and hearts to meaning and practice of hope in the midst of global challenges. So, in previous session we got two deep words about new language in the midst of globalization challenge, but you open up our heart and our mind about the language of hope. So the new language is the language of hope to the world. It's so meaningful. And now, sir, we would like to invite our participant to share or to give their question, and we move to the question and answer session here from Slido. There are three participants ask you, sir, about your material. So we start from the Cecilia from IAKN Manado, or State Christian Institute of Manado. Her question about, in context of economic inequality, how can hope serve as both a spiritual research and a catalyst for structural transformation? Your time, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me first thank you for bringing up the new language. I think that we need the new language indeed. And what we try to do, as you understood well, we try to create a new language and new practices of hope. In addition to standard economic policy, in relation to social inequality, that's what the question is about. Let me first say I don't have easy answers. So hope is not an easy answer. Hope is not a superficial answer. Hope is facing the problems and not running away. And hope is a journey in which we try step by step to create new ways forward. So when it comes to social inequality, worldwide is big, but let me give the example. Cape Town. Cape Town is the most social unequal city in the world. And that has deep layers due to the colonial times, due to the times of apartheid. So there's an inequality in opportunities, in education, in housing, in and Abistabo saying what was built in 400 years needs 400 years to be solved. You can't do the shortcut, because these are adaptive challenges instead of technical challenges. So it asks that we have to change. Well, we have to change the system, so to say. And so the mayor of Cape Town, who's 40 years old, he said, well, it's the most unequal city in the world, but let's frame the first term of me being a major city of hope. And he, over the last 4 years, he is really building a hope program, and not hope for the people who have already, but especially a city of hope for all, in which he gives priority to the poorest of the poor, And that's why I gave the example of the community enrollment we are doing, because you want to bring the voices to the tables as well. As I said, I don't have easy answers, but maybe a starting point is to learn to listen, to give voice to the people in the most difficult situations because of social inequality. And let's take the next step from there, and do not walk away. And therefore you need this covenant, therefore you need a public Sabbath. So we have to learn to turn these theological concepts inside out. It's often very religious, but we have to make them available for the public sphere as well. So that asks also work from and bravery from us as theologians to develop a new language of hope that is accessible to everybody and that faces the real problems like social inequality.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hasselaar. So, based on your answer, maybe I get the point of hope empowers the poor and marginalized to resist oppression while inspiring faith communities so that we can be God's hand or we can be God's body to, or church as a body of Christ to raising their life, to raising their standard in their life. Okay, thank you, sir. So, you mentioned in your PowerPoint about hope-driven assumption and practices. So I think it's so interesting. You maybe combine or you make a connection about standard economic policy and hope-driven transition. So I think it's a cool connection, and we can see the maybe the negativity of the standard economic policy nowadays, and how we can practice or implement hope-driven transition. So we move to the next question, sir, from Lucas. uh, Glow Seminary Theological. So Lucas question, how can theological perspectives on hope inspire communities to confront the ecological crisis of climate change?
So now it's not about social inequality, but it's about the ecological crisis, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
In a way, it's also about giving voice to the non-human nature, I would say. So you have a beautiful nature in Kupang area, and the whole of Indonesia. But with that standard economic policy, we tend to see nature as resources for our own needs. So we use the trees, we use the ocean, we use the sea, we use the plants just for our own needs. In the Netherlands, and I'm sure also in Indonesia, we have projects on building together with nature or working together with nature. So then you give voice to nature, you see them as an actor as well, as an actor with its own value. So giving voice to nature, learn how to cooperate with the nature instead of just using nature. it's interesting that Pope Francis in Laudato Si calls nature the poorest of among the poorest of the poor. So the poorest of the poor are not just people, it's also the nature. And like I said, with social inequality, giving voice to the poorest of the poor, bring them in our conversations, listen to them. We should also learn to listen to nature and bring them in our projects as well. And we don't know yet how that works and what it is exactly, but at least in the Netherlands, we have started with projects of cooperation with nature. But maybe there are good examples from Indonesia as well. I'm quite sure actually. So that would so the ecological crisis, we have excluded ecology, nature from our conversation. We just use it. We should then bring back into the conversation.
Okay, Sir Hasselaar, thank you for your answer. So I get the point. Maybe from the previous question, you always mention about give our voice to the people who are living in margin world. So maybe we can combine these. We are the voice to the voiceless. We give our life, we are offering our life to the people so that they can enjoy their life in the beautiful words. Okay, thank you, sir. So we move to the next question from Surabaya, Pak Subagio. He asked about looking to the future, how might the integration of climate science, economic reform, and theology generate sustainable practices of hope for the 21st century?
Thank you for that question. That's actually the question with which we started in 2019 with the Water Symposium, which means for the theologians that you go out of your parish, that you go out of your church and relate to the people in business, in government as well. So that's what we started in 2019, and we added this values-driven approach, the idea that we do not act out of a vacuum, but that we have our worldviews, that we have our images, and that these images influence the way we act. And from there, all the work came out that we're doing these days. But it means, well, it depends. We in the Netherlands, we have a culture of conversation in which we listen to each other, government, religion, business. Sometimes you have to be very firm, like people are doing now in Indonesia. You stand up, you raise your voice. But we as an academic institution, we enter the space of government, of business, of societal issues by showing that values-driven approach adds an essential element to the conversation. So I don't know if that's an answer to the question.
Okay, sir. It's so interesting. I think it's important when you mention about academic environment or academic institution or education institution, how we combine scientific knowledge and maybe economic models or spiritual wisdom or theological wisdom, so that maybe people or humanity can co-create pathways towards sustainable and hopeful futures. So it's important, like you do, sir. You learn maybe from economics, from theology, from the monitor, and you combine the scientific knowledge to help people holistically. And I think it's Indonesian would like to learn from abroad, international abroad education, because abroad education offering to the people integration education and holistic education, while we in Indonesia we just focus in one matter of education, but maybe we can develop our education for the future. Thank
And
you, sir. Yeah.
maybe include the concrete projects as well. So
Yes.
that's also how we start. We started with Jakarta, with Cape Town, with Amsterdam. Otherwise, you get these abstract conversations who are not about anything. Hope is contextual. So maybe to make it contextual, you can also develop some projects in which the different angles come together.
Yes, sir. Of course, absolutely. I agree, totally agree. We do not put our mind or our concept into the word only, but we have to implement in our project, in our research, in our social responsibility or community service. That's so very true. Thank you, sir. So there is one participant who raised their emoticon to ask you question directly, sir. So we would like to invite Miss or Ma'am Leah.
Thank you, JJ. Thank you for being with us. This is early morning in Netherlands, and thank you for your valuable presentation. And I learned that hope is a universal language. Hope is a language for every people in everywhere in every situation. I just want to say thank you, and maybe after this, we really hope that you can stay with us until the next presentation from our FACE rector. So maybe we can combine between your project and our FACE rector presentation to become our project together. Because as your presentation, that I believe hope is a universal language. So to raising hope, to encourage hope, we can work in our space, in our local space together to make a better world. Thank you, JJ.
Terima kasih sekali, Ibu Lia. It's a joy to hear your voice, and definitely I will stay for the next session as well.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So we have last question in 2 minutes forth, but from Mr. Johan Saat Malang. Yeah, how can hope be translated into concrete ethical action without falling into mere idealism or passivity?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think we have a responsibility as theologians to work on a hope that will not disappoint, to quote Pope Francis. So hope can become empty, hope can become superficial, hope can become something there. I think theologians have to have task to work on a hope that will not disappoint. So the questions we are talking about, and hope is contextual, it's not out there. So with these big questions, you have to be a bit careful, focus on concrete realities. And in these concrete realities, well, we develop hope-driven interventions. That's how we call it. These are concrete steps forward. These are concrete formats to cooperate, and from there to move forward. So it's about contextualizing hope with all involved, and from there taking the next step in a way that real hope is created and not just superficial hope.
Yep, contextualization is important in human life in society. Thank you, Sir Mr. Hasselaar. So, dear participant, could you please to give your emoticon full of react or emoticon, maybe love emoticon or clap your hand or give your thumb to Mr. Hasselaar for the meaningful inspiration and meaningful presentation. Thank you. So, to close this session, I now invite Mr. Hasselaar to deliver your final reflection, leaving us with the main takeaways to carry forward.
So thank you again for having me and having these international cooperation in a symposium about an important theme, how to deal with uncertainty or embracing uncertainty with hope. As I quoted Archbishop Tabel about small actions in hope can become islands of hope, and in turn we create landscapes of hope. It's my prayer that wherever you are, whatever you face, that we may develop small actions of hope, which can be developed into islands of hope, and maybe we can create together the landscapes of hope. So thank you very much for having me, and I wish you a blessed conference.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend our sincere gratitude to Mr. Hasselaar for the wisdom shared, and to all participant for your valuable question and reflection. So this session reminds us that even in uncertainty, hope is not an illusion, but a practice that sustains us. So I now hand the program back to our Master of Ceremonies to take a picture together.
Okay, on my count. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, enough, Ibu. Okay, enough. Thank you for dear participant. That is conclude our second session entitled Meaning and Practice of Hope in the Context of Climate Change, Economy and Theology. We extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed speaker, Rev. Jan Hasselaar, Ph.D. from Vrije University Amsterdam, and our moderator, Pak Yeskil Sodale Empak, for guiding us through such discussion. Before we proceed, let us take a break, just short time, because we will continue with our next session. And this is the last session for today.
Mr. Hasselaar, thank you so much for your valuable knowledge that you shared us. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Thank you, JJ.
It was great joy.
Yeah, Mr. Hasselaar, thank you very much for your present and also your sharing knowledge for us. I just want to say that hope is action and action is hope. Therefore, I sincerely hope that your whole project can be implemented and brought to life in Indonesia, especially in Kupang.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Bedankt.
Okay, dear participants, we will continue to the last session of our session today, and this is the time of Rev. Maryon Pattinaja, Ph.D., Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of IAKN Kupang, and our moderator, still Pak Yeskel Saudale. Please guide the discussion. It's time for you, Pak Yeskel.
Thank you, Ma'am Yusmina. So, respected participants and honorable speakers, we now enter session 3, or our last session in this day, which brings us into a creative and deeply contextual reflection about hope and eco-musicology in the Indonesian context. It is my great honor to introduce our honored speaker, Mr. Maryon Maputra Pattinaja, Ph.D., who is a scholar in theological music liturgy, church music contextualization, ethnomusicology, and eco-musicology. He completed his bachelor's in church music and liturgy at Jakarta Theological Seminary, a master's in ethnomusicology at the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, Yogyakarta, and a PhD in music theology at Seoul Jangsin University, South Korea. He is currently Vice Rector for Academic and Institutional Affairs and a lecturer at IAKN Kupang, where he teaches music history, liturgy, and hymnology. His research focuses on the intersections of theology, music, culture, and ecology, with numerous publications in academic journals and book chapters. Beyond teaching, he has made significant contribution as a leader in church music development and cultural preservations, actively supporting music communities and festivals in East Nusa Tenggara province. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great anticipation and respect that we now welcome Mr. Pattinaja, or we call usually Mr. Danny, to deliver his presentation and share his valuable insight with us. The screen is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and especially Mr. Heskel Saudale. Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much for introducing myself. Yeah, it's honor for me to be the one of keynote speaker here. We will talk about hope. So let me share. Okay. Okay. Do you see my PowerPoint, right?
Yes, sir. It's on screen.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Refer to my educational background, my presentation, explore an innovative intersection between musicology, ecology, and theology. Specifically how Indonesian ethnic musical tradition can serve as a practice of ecological hope in our current environmental crisis. Today, I will argue that traditional music is not merely cultural heritage to be preserved in museum, but rather a living, breathing practice that can guide us toward sustainable futures through what I call a hermeneutic of hope. We can read there's a musical tradition as prophetic voices calling us to renew relationship with creation. Let me begin by setting the context of why this matter urgently today. Indonesia faces unprecedented ecological challenge that demand our immediately attention. Let me share some sobering statistic for you. In 2024 alone, Indonesia lost over 261,000 hectares of natural forest, and this represent a 1.6% increase from the previous year. This deforestation is primarily driven by legal concession for plantation and mining. The human cost is equally staggering between 2019 and 2023. Extreme climate events affected 6.6 million Indonesian, with floods accounting for 68% of these impacts and droughts for 31%. This is particularly acute in East Nusa Tenggara, one of Indonesian driest province, where communities endure 7 to 8 months of dry season annually, leading to crop failures and serve food insecurity. But isn't just an environmental crisis; it is also a cultural crisis. Globalization is accelerating the erosion of traditional ecological knowledge. Young generation are increasingly drawn to global cultural products, often abandoning the wisdom abandoned in the local tradition. However, there is a remarkable finding. 81% of Indonesians still feel responsible for acting on behalf of future generation. This gives us hope that people are ready for solutions that honor both their cultural heritage and environmental responsibilities. So, I want to explain what exactly is eco-musicology. Eco-musicology is an interdisciplinary field that studies the relationship between music, culture, and the natural environment. Aaron Allen argued that it operates through three complementary approach. The first, the sonic approach, examine how environmental sound influence musical creation and how music can represent natural soundscape. Second, the textual approach analyzes lyric and musical meaning that reflect environmental value and ecological relationship. And the third, the performative approach studies how musical practice themselves embody ecological principles and foster environmental awareness. What's revolutionary about this perspective is that it transforms our understanding for music. Music become more than entertainment or art. It becomes a medium for ecological reflection, a repository of environmental wisdom, and a practice of sustainability. In Indonesian traditional context, we see all three approaches operating simultaneously. Yeah, work song contain ecological knowledge. Instruments are made for sustainable natural materials, and musical practice foster community solidarity around shared environmental responsibilities. But how do we interpret this tradition not just as artifact of the past, but as guide for the future? This brings us to the concept of hermeneutics of hope. So let go to the next part. It's about eco-musicology as a hermeneutic of hope. Yeah. Indonesian traditional music reflects more than artistry. Yeah, it encodes cosmology, ecology, and spirituality. Yeah, work song, planting song, and ritual instrument carry ecological ethos, shaping how communities imagine and practice their relationship with nature. Planting and work song, yeah, traditional planting and work song across Indonesia reveal how music embodies ecological wisdom and solidarity. Especially in the Karo community, yeah, Nutu Ku Lesung song accompanies rice pounding, yeah, symbolizing gotong royong and depends of nature gifts. Similarly, the Malay Langkat Dedeng song, yeah, integrates farming with forest harmony, serving as both a work rhythm and respectful dialogue with the natural world. In Java, agricultural song highlight themes of water, rice field, and air, reinforcing respect for agrarian ecosystem. And also in Sika community in East Nusa Tenggara, Wambele song combine prayer, rhythm, and collective labor, blending spirituality with ecological value. From Rote Ndao, ya, Lakamola, Anancio song embodies food security and spiritual connection to the land, while Timor Herring eases the burden of work and affirm harmony with nature. Together, their song function is not only as cultural expression, but also as ecological hermeneutics of hope. Instinctively respect for the environment, strengthening social solidarity, and nurturing sustainable life practice. Yeah, through ecomusicology, they remind us that ecological resilience is inseparable from cultural identity and spiritual imagination. I want to show you some video. Yeah, is about local communities, which is the Timores atau Impahmeto Society, who have work song or planting song that connect them to nature and the agricultural cycle. I hope that you can hear the voice. Okay, sorry. Let me. Yeah, sorry, the problem.
Tonenem uhi lili mat mak loto sahwena pipi niu hece niu tamet mahoi te talabo kolata ude niu mele tonene.
Yeah, sorry for the connection. Is not good. The problem. Sorry.
Siapa kait amaneno am nauto.
Oh, the problem connection again. Sorry.
Isam na lutam nauto biko I mean it for me, mokokolo manua mati.
Okay, sorry for the connection. Yeah, uh, but thank you for your attention. Yeah, okay. We next go to the next part. Is about the musical instrument as cosmic mediators. In Indonesian tradition, musical instruments often serve as more than artistic tools. Their function is a cosmic mediators. Among the Sundanese, the angklung played not only for entertainment but also during planting and harvest rituals. Its bamboo vibrations are believed to call fertility, sustain agricultural cycles, and strengthen communal solidarity. The gamelan in Javanese and Bali tradition embodies micro and macrocosmic harmony. Each instrument contributes to a unified sound, symbolizing interdependence among humans, nature, and divine or God. Similarly, the Knobe kabetas of the Timor's Dawan people, a bamboo mouth harp used by cattle herders, yeah, resonance between human breed, earth, and livestock. Illustrating how sound mediate ecological and spiritual relation. Together, their instrument reveal how music materialize cosmic interconnectedness and ecological balance. Okay, for the next part is about the revitalization of ethnic traditional music. Yeah, in this part, we will see that ethnic traditional music is not merely art, but also a practice of ecological solidarity. The instruments and songs, which are born from the natural environment, reflect the deep interconnection between human life and the ecosystem that sustain it. In agrarian communities, music is often performed collective setting, such as harvest, Thanksgiving ritual, or gotong royong, thereby strengthening awareness of human dependence on nature. Beyond that, traditional music function as a carrier of cultural memory and wisdom. Traditional music builds collective identity and maintains the cosmic relation of the community. Through musical practice, ecological value and collective ethics are passed on across generation. This is not just about preservation, but also about enlivening vision of the ecologically just and sustainable future. Therefore, cultural festival should be designed to be integrate agriculture, traditional music, and ecological education as a form of transdisciplinary cultural praxis. When there's a festival take place in a natural venue such as a rice field or forest, they become immersive eco-learning space. In such setting, music is not only an aesthetic collaboration but also powerful pedagogical tools that strengthen solidarity, ecological awareness, and cultural continuity. I will show you another video. It's very deep meaning, have a deep meaning. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay. Yeah, this is a musical composition video which created by an IAKN Kupang student with an eco-musicological theme. This work demonstrated Nika Nomleni concern as a young musician who advocate for and preserve nature. This music is a voice of resistance against mining practice that damage the environment and harm the community. I will show you the video.
Sina may kanjar. Koe usi ang sako ay sana. Koe usi nek mamumnaw kay. Pules melihat asnueko abal balat.
Okay, we go to the next part that talking about the eco-pedagogy in education. Traditional instruments in Indonesia are mostly made from renewable natural resource such as a bamboo, wood, leather, or local metals. This makes them not only cultural artifacts but also reminders of ecological cycles and sustainable use of nature. When taught in school or university, traditional music allow students to learn to lesson simulated nationally musical skill and ecological values. The rhythms often mirror agricultural cycles, while the melodies embodies local cosmologies that emphasize interdependence between humans and nature. Although simpler more than musical system, this very simplicity teach an ethic of sufficiency and care. Integrating traditional music into curricula therefore become a form of eco-pedagogy. Education the younger generation to see music as both an aesthetic practice and a pathway to ecological awareness and responsibility. And the last part is talking about the integration of traditional music into Christian worship, offer particularly powerful opportunities for developing ecological spirituality. Christian eco-theology emphasizes that care for creation is a fundamental expression of faith. Traditional music provides a way for Indonesian Christians to express this care using their own cultural vocabulary. Yeah, imagine church liturgies that follow agricultural cycles, planting song during Advent, growth song during Epiphany, harvest Thanksgiving during autumn season. Yeah, work song become prayers, community solidarity becomes the liturgical practice. This isn't about adding superficial cultural element to Western liturgy. It's about recognizing that Indonesian Christians have their own authentic ways of expressing faith relationship with creation, ways that may be more ecological, sophisticated than imported tradition. When church use traditional instrument and song, they are developing contextual eco-theology. They're discovering God presence in bamboo vibration, in a communal harvest celebration, in the patient's rhythm of agricultural work. This practice embodies that theologians call anticipatory hope. Yeah, celebrating current's relationship with creation while longing for the full restoration of harmony between humans and nature that Christian faith promise. I have witnesses such liturgies and the deep of environmental commitment they inspire is remarkable. People who pray with tradition agricultural song develop different relationship with their food, their land, their community responsibility. Let me conclude by summarizing our key finding. We have seen that Indonesian traditional music serve as a medium for ecological solidarity, that work song and instrument manifest a cosmic relationship, that music function as cultural memory binding collective identity, and that hermeneutics of hope transform tradition into ecological wisdom, ecological vision. In a world facing unprecedented ecological crisis, we need all available wisdom. Traditional music offer wisdom encoded in beauty, transmitted through joy, and practiced through community. It deserves our serious attention as we work together toward ecological healing. And the last, when music flow from the soil, it become more than art. It become a prayer of gratitude, a lesson a lesson in solidarity and a vision of ecological hope. Yeah, thank you so much for the time, and I give it for Mr. Haskell Saudali. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Pattinaja, for such sophisticated. I just borrow your slang of the sophisticated presentation or heartfelt presentation that has opened new perspectives of us. And it's like where words fail, music speaks. And I totally agree with your stand of the comment. By the way, dear participants, we now begin the question and answer session. So there are several questions here in the box or in the chat box of our Zoom meeting. So let me read from the first person, Pak Abadi dari IAKN, from IAKN Palangkaraya. The question is, how can music inspire ecological hope in Indonesian communities? So, Mr. Danny, could you please to give your feedback?
Yeah, thank you. I think in traditional music, in every practice, also inspire us about the ecological concept, because in their culture, when they work, to clean the garden and the harvest time, they're also singing, and when they're singing, they're try to communicate with the nature. And also when they're singing, they're also talking about what they believe about the God, as a creator, and also they believe that in corn have a soul and something like that. So in the traditional music, also in the traditional work song, they're show that they inspire us about the ecological perspective, how to respect, the environmental, and I think it is the good standing position for the music tradition when we're talking about the ecology, ecological perspective.
Yeah, Mr. Danny, I always remember what you say in campus when you give your quote of life. Just like music fosters balance and harmony in our relationship with one another and with the natural environment, and it's so inspiring me that, and I think it's also very valuable or remarkable for us to know that or to awaken that music is a very natural in our life. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
Yep. So we move to another question from
Yeah, it means that,
Church.
yeah, we can find that the collective perspective in music tradition, they are always working together, and at the same time they are singing together, yeah, and gotong royong, yeah. It
Yep.
is the cultural value and also the ecological value in traditional song. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you so
Okay,
much,
sir.
Mr.
Yep,
Esker.
sir Pattinaja. We have one participant who would like to ask you directly. So welcome, Miss Merlin. Yep.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, Miss.
Okay. Uh, Thank you for your explanation. And I have a question. I'm a Christian ethics lecturer from Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang. And I want to ask you, from the perspective of Christian ethics, I see eco-musicology from Christian ethics perspective. Um, how about your opinion? The as a medium for cultivating ethical awareness of human responsibility toward creation. You know, while being integrated into liturgy, faith education, and social praxis, so that music is not merely a cultural symbol, but also a means of active participation, intergenerational ecological education, and the preservation of a nation's moral memory amid modernization and ecological crisis. I just want to know how ecomusicology uh, see this case, because you know that today we can find um, we can find moral crisis, we can find human responsibility toward creation, and we can see this case with ecomusicology perspective. This is interesting for me, so I just want to know how about your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir Danny, could you please to give your announcement?
Okay, thank
Yep.
you, Mrs. May, for your question. It's a good question. And I remember in Rote culture, especially for the farmer, yeah, when they sing while harvesting iris tuak, yeah, they're uh, talking and they're singing about the right of widows and orphans. It means that when they're working, when they're harvest the palm apa, uh, tuak, yeah, their belief that they're much helping each other, yeah, they're much must help the rights widows and orphans, yeah, to help them to give their some part of the uh, tuak, yeah, for them, and they will be get their life when get the part of the when they're make apa, harvesting, yeah, it's like that.
Okay, thank you, Sir Patinaya. So I think it's the part of maybe the culture wisdom to share our vision and maybe embrace our words in the midst of globalization problem or challenging. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir. So
I means that this is the ethical approach. Yeah, when they're harvesting time, they're take the widows and orphan rights and give for them. This is the ethical apa?
Possibility.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, sir. We move to another question from Patini from Gmit Ebenezer Oiba. His question: how can younger generations in Indonesia engage with ecomusicology as a practice of hope?
Yeah, okay. For the first, the young generation uh, must try to give the appreciate for the music tradition. Yeah, uh, it is very important and the basic perspective because many young people is very feel ashamed and they don't like to playing the traditional music. Yeah, this they think is the old style. Yeah, and I think when young generation try to appreciate the music tradition, they're can playing or they're also can singing with the some music arrangement with the local language. Yeah, in the liturgy in the worship. I think it is the start to uh, show that we have the a good apa we have a good style, we have a good apa uh, process in uh, liturgical church practice. And another side, I think, yeah, is try to it's time to go and study about the music in the IAKN Kupang maybe or another university have the faculty of art, yeah, and appreciate and try to apa, and make a analyze and also make a music compose about the traditional music. I think this is the our responsibility to make the traditional music level up.
Okay, sir. Based on the material from the last session, session two, we hear about the language of hope, or we hear some quote from the video, the last video. What will be good to the world will be good for human. And I think music is the holistic packet of music is the one of the most packet that we can embrace the word. Yeah, we can embrace the hope and we can bring hope to other people. That's a good answer, sir. So
Yeah,
we move. Yeah.
yeah, I totally agree. And the point is, the young generation is just not to appreciate the Western song, Western music. Yeah, it is time also to give to the traditional music too. Yeah, so we have apa try to uh, working together with traditional music also and modern music to collaborate to make the good life in this time.
Okay, sir. Thank you. We following the question from church. So there is one question from Pak Charlie from Gemit Kasarea Kupang.
Yeah.
He asked about what role can churches and faith-based communities play in ecomusicology.
Pardon?
Uh, uh, his question: what role can churches and faith-based communities play in ecomusicology? Maybe he got inspiration from your video, maybe the last video. It's about your video project when you work your dissertation, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you. It's a good question. To integrate the traditional music worship time or in the liturgy is not talking to when we found the one instrument and bring to the church and playing in the church music as a church music in the worship time. Not, it's not like that, but we must make a study before, try to analyze what the value of the music. Yeah, and I think when we try to analyze, we can find that the some melody, local rhythm, and word view of our community. Yeah, it is all of that. We must try to compose the music from all the item. It's just not when we get the some music instrument with the local melody is good for our worship. It's not just like that, but we must try to analyze and found the good way to make them as music in the liturgy and also in the worship time.
Okay, sir. I think it's your answer related with the question or already answered the question from Mr. Joycer, Charisma Seminary Theology Jakarta. He asked about how do traditional Indonesian musical form reflect ecological values. So I get the point from your answer. We can combine maybe the tone, not the tone, the music or the perspective, the point of view, local point of view, or local music, local tone into worship music or into church music, so we can educate our congregation or educate people or Christian people to care for ecological issue. Is it right, sir?
Yeah, correct. I totally agree. Maybe I just added that music traditional has a limitation, but at the same time has a richness. Yeah, the aura, yeah, of music tradition is very important to make the situation like the cultural like a cultural practice ritual. Yeah, yeah, it's like that. So it's very important to also study and make the analyze about the music tradition too.
Okay, sir. We move to the last question from the chat box. From Yosina. Yeah, my name is Yosina. I have a question. How can traditional music be translated into practical action to build ecological awareness among young generation who are increasingly exposed to global culture?
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Yosina. I think for the young generation, we try to make the some hymn, yeah, with the ecological perspective, yeah, with the simplicity, singing, yeah, and they can adapt as their song, and also we can try to combine with the modern music, yeah, collaboration with the traditional music and also the modern music. So the young generation also can play and into, yeah, the church serve. Yeah, and I think it's very important to give the to give uh, for the some opportunity for the traditional music. The big problem is now some church is have the Western minded, Western music minded. They don't care about the music tradition, and they don't thinking about how to integrate the music tradition in the worship time.
Okay, I think it's the main problem right now in the church, especially in the East Nusa Tenggara province, how we moderate our music in Western style or Western
Yeah, yeah.
culture, and then we reject our positive vibes or golden vibes from the traditional music, especially in the warmth of our culture. So maybe
Yeah.
we can discuss the short discussion, sir. Is it luckily for the young generation, especially for Zoomer generation, when they are born or when they raised in the modern situation or in modern view, and then they can create or they can combine the limitation of traditional music with the modern instrument, so that it's a good packet, or it's like valuable packet, highly packet, to bring for the people or for the society, and they can enjoy their life. Is it right? Maybe
Yeah,
for it's the responsibility for young generation, especially Zoomer generation. That's because they are live in the modern lives or modern situation with all of instruments that modern in their hands. What
Yeah,
do you think, sir?
I think this is the mindset. Yeah,
Yeah.
the mindset problem. When we use the traditional music, when we appreciate the traditional music, it is two way. Yeah, it is way to finding and appreciating our own self worth. Yeah, it is about our own self worth. Yeah, and yeah, we live in a context with the traditional value, and also traditional expression with the music expression. So when we finding we use it, yeah, it is the way to find the our own self-worth. Yeah,
Sir,
harga diri.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
pride of
yeah,
society.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. Sir, may I ask you this question? Maybe it's interesting question, or like it's I know maybe unique question. What do you think about the future of ecomusicology or the future of ethnomusicology? What do you think? Maybe in 50 years ahead, maybe in 100 years ahead. What do you think the future of ecomusicology and ethnomusicology?
Yeah. Uh, I really believe that in the future we will back to our roots. We will back to our tradition. And the problem is now the future. The future is today action. Yeah, it is the problem. The future is today action. So when we wanna make the future with the live with our roots, we must make it happen now. Yeah, we will appreciate, we will get the opportunity for the performing music in the church liturgy, also in the uh, curriculum, in the apa, institution educational, and we must appreciate for the local community when they're try to appreciate their own self-worth. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your question. It's so inspiring us, and we have one participant who raised a hand. Ma'am Yusmina. Ma'am Yusmina.
Not me.
Oh no, you. Okay, okay. So, um, I would like to ask one question again, sir. I remember it's about several months ago or several times ago. I asked you in the maybe in our activities in the campus about music for therapy, and you said therapy, music for therapy, and therapy music. I'm confused about that, but it's make me like curious about music for therapy and therapy, music therapy. So could you please to give your statement or give your standing about that question and relate it with the ecomusicology and ethnomusicology future?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Heskel. Yeah, for much people, for another people, music is a universal language, but the sound is a local language. Yeah, it means that sometimes for me, I not totally feel enjoy when I hear about the another music from the another country or another culture. Yeah, so it's very important to make the reset, yeah, make a study about the uh, music tradition in the some area or some culture to find the rich value, the characteristic of music, and how to influence the local music for their people. Yeah, because when we talking about the therapy, it means that music have must have the effect therapeutic for the people. So it means it is very potential reset for the young generation, for the young musician to find the character in local music as the medium for therapy, and also using it for make the influence for the another people and for the psychological approach or something like that.
Okay, thank you. And I think it's the part of the future about music and ecomusicology or
Yeah.
ethnomusicology. So thank you for the fruitful dialogue and the valuable contributions from you, Mr. Pattinaja, and for all of participants who asked the question to our distinguished speaker. So to wrap up, I now invite Mr. Pattinaja to present your closing remarks, and could you please to leaving us with the key messages to carry forward. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haskell. When farmers in Indonesia sing while planting rice, they're doing more than preservation culture. They're practicing the future. Yeah, they're showing us that the solution to our ecological crisis may not come from the latest technology, but from the wisdom that has been singing around us all along. Traditional music teach us that harmony between humans and nature isn't just possible, it's been practiced for generation in work song, in bamboo instrument, in the gong, in the ukulele, in the harvest celebration. We find a blueprint for sustainable living encoded in beauty and transmission through joy. Yeah, the earth is still singing. Yeah, the question is, will we listen? Yeah, it's like that.
Yep. Thank you, Sir Patinaya. So, respected participant, could you please to give your emoticon or react? You can press the button of react and we give up our appreciation to Mr. Pattinaja. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everybody.
So, dear participants, may today's session continue to inspire us to wave hope into our academic work, our communities, and our creation care for the better world in the future. I now give the floor back to our Master of Ceremonies to continue with the program.
Okay, dear participant, we have now reached the conclusion of our TED session entitled Hope and Eco-Musicology in Indonesian Context. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to Rev. Maryon Pattinaja, Ph.D., Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of IAKN Kupang, and our moderator, Mr. Yeskel Sojale Empak, for this enriching discussion. Okay, let us capture this moment with a group photo. We kindly ask all participants to turn on their cameras for a moment so we can take a photo. Okay, on my count, just to slide. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you for staying with us throughout day 1 of the first International Conference on Social Science and Religion Study 2025. Before we officially close for today, here are a few important announcements for tomorrow. The first, the seminar will continue tomorrow, Tuesday, September 9, 2025, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning, waktu Indonesia Tengah. Second, please ensure your attendance is recorded through the daily attendance link shared by the committee in group WhatsApp. Third, don't forget to complete the evaluation form and certificate link provided in WhatsApp group. And let us close today activities with a prayer. Ibu Lia can lead us pray. Ibu Lia.
Okay, everyone, let us pray. God, thank you for this time because we can talk about hope in the middle of our situation. Thanks, God, because through this conference, you remind us that whatever suffering or situation that we face day by day, there is a hope, and we are the hope. Thanks, God, for today's conference that finished and in a good way, and we want to pray for tomorrow as well. Thanks, God, for everything that you've done for us. Amen.
Okay, we look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow. We have a pleasant afternoon and God bless you all. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih semua. Thank you so much, Mr. Hasselaar.
Terima kasih sekali. Sampai jumpa.
Sampai jumpa.
Sampai jumpa, Pak Hasselaar. Wow.
Danke well.
Tahu dia usapan. Saya langsung tugas di Pak Alex aja. 1, 2, 3.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKEN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang. Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab konseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Bergabunglah bersama kami di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang dan wujudkanlah masa depan yang cerah.